Good afternoon from East Midlands Airport. Welcome back to live flight action, live from the grounds of the airport this afternoon. Hopefully, if the weather stays as it is into this evening, the first departure of the stream there, then just making it out. Jet 2 off to Dallerman, and the 767 being moved back over to the DHL apron. Still very bright out in places this afternoon around the airfield. Hopefully quite a bit of traffic in the next short while. The 747 at the far end of the airfield should be out about 8:10, and then as the 767 progresses down the taxiway towards the DHL apron this evening, we'll have a good close-up look at the One Air 777, the first time we've seen it on the stream. A great view from the mound here at the aeropark this afternoon. Couple of aircraft starting up on stand. The Jet 2 off to Ibiza. That one is making its way out now. Registration Golf Delta Romeo Tango Mike, and pushing back service off to Tenerife. Golf Delta Romeo Tango Whiskey is the registration on that aircraft. That one has just pushed off stand. Catch up with it in just a minute once it starts up. Starts taxiing down towards the start of runway 27. We are on 27 operations full this evening. Wind blowing from the north, so a bit of a crosswind with us. The 767 continuing its taxi down towards the DHL ramp then. That one being towed at the minute. Just a couple of seconds away then from coming into view. That 777 delivered into One Air just a few days ago. DC-12 making its way above us there, just out of the reach of the camera. And there we go, the first look at that vertical stabiliser of the 777 with us. Seem to be obscured by the 767, unfortunately. But once that passes, we'll have a good close-up view of that one. There it is then. Should wait for that 767 to pass and then have a bit of a closer look. Delivered to One Air this month. Brand new aircraft for One Air. One of two to be delivered into the group this year, I think. This one not in commercial service yet with One Air. I think it's on the ground just for training purposes, or has been for the past few days anyway. There we go, let's have a closer look then at the 777. Probably the newest aircraft we've seen on the streams. So we get a bit more focus on the airframe. There we go, should be a bit sharper. Wait for that next aircraft to make its way down towards us. That one just lining up on 27 on the centre line now. That is the Jet 2 off to Ibiza. The Ryanair off to Lanzarote starting up. We shall get a view of that one. Just have a quick look down the length of the fuselage of the 777 then. Golf Oscar November Echo Golf, the registration on that one. A little bit windy this afternoon as well. There we go, brand new 777 in on the stream this evening. Let's catch that next departure out there, making its way down towards us now. And the One Air 747 there in the background in the very same livery. You should be seeing that one out just after 8 PM this evening. Goes climbing away, a little bit bright out there, and a lot of cloud as well accumulating in the distance. Just passing 1,300 feet. 777 in from Delhi is next to arrive in. Registration on the arrival, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Foxtrot 777 freighter. This one is 15 years of age, June 2010. This one first entered into commercial service. Jet 2 after Tenerife, holding short. The earlier arriving 777 on its stand, presuming that one is in from Dubai. Usually arrives at a very similar time to the aircraft in from Delhi. To everybody watching us live from East Midlands, thank you very much for joining us in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. That next arrival then making its way down towards us now. Just how bright it is in the distance this afternoon, with the 777 safely making it down. I'm just about to leave runway 27 then, and the next departing aircraft should be lining up. It is indeed that one off to Tenerife, making its way onto the centre line now. See if we can lose a little bit of that light. Seven vacating then on to the taxiway. Flight time on that one 8 hours and 35 minutes. Hopefully the weather stays dry for the rest of this evening as well. Quite a deluge of rain earlier in the day. Looking like the forecast is a bit more stable, especially for this evening and moving into tomorrow as well. Our next aircraft are making its way down towards us, the Jet 2 off to Tenerife. Still a number of aircraft over on the main apron as well this afternoon, so hopefully a bit more traffic than we'd usually see on a Thursday. There we go, that one continuing to climb away, then passing through 1,200 feet. See if we can get a little bit closer to that departing aircraft. There it is. That one turning to the north. Continuing passing 2,200 feet now. Just about to leave East Midlands airspace, safely making its way out on the Jet 2 service off to Tenerife. So look at the 777, that one waiting to move onto its stand. And on the main apron, just making its way off of the main apron. Ryanair aircraft off to Lanzarote this afternoon, a little bit further down. There it is. Echo India Echo Victor Bravo, the registration on that one. 737-800, 13 years of age, December 2011. That one was delivered into Ryanair. Alan and Emma, good to see you. Henry as well. Vision Thing Paul, good afternoon to you. Adrian and Hazel in the chat as well, thank you very much for joining us. I'm a little bit rusty to start with. Not been out here for a good week or so. The weather's not been that kind to us, unfortunately. We're looking much better this evening and over the weekend as well. Maybe a little bit iffy into next week. We'll keep an eye on it, and just as best as we possibly can. Inevitably starting to get a little darker in the evenings though, so hopefully we'll see a bit more of that illuminated action in front of us, especially on the runway and the taxiways a little later on. So as that Ryanair makes its way down, 777 is just on the move. There it goes. So the 747 with an estimated departure of 8:10 this evening. Registration on that one, Golf Oscar November Echo Echo. 737-400, that one off to Hong Kong. A little later than scheduled, the Eastern 767. That one was expected to be with us just after 8:30. Looks like that one is unfortunately delayed just before 10 PM this evening, about 10 to 10. So it'll arrive a little after where we'll be in terms of streaming, unfortunately. But it would have been a very good aircraft to see indeed. Not a lot of Eastern 767s flying around at the minute. The Ryanair 737 at the end of runway 27 and waiting to make its way on. And the Ryanair off to Riga, pushing off stand. That one is at the rear of the apron at the minute. Starting up, anti-collision light pinging away. We should hopefully see some movement on that one very soon. The next aircraft to depart out though is entering runway 27. Looks like that one is lined up on the centre line. And the Chewy off to Larnaca. That one is just pushing off its stand as well. So we'll leave the 777 and come back to that one in just a few minutes. Hopefully something is happening over there. And we'll have a look in the distance. There we go, the Chewy making its way off of its stand. As we pan a little further across in preparation for that next departing aircraft. They're right now off to Riga. Over in the distance there, it's catching that sunlight in between the very dark clouds above us. But that one should be making its way out anytime soon. The next aircraft off to Lanzarote though, approaching us very quickly. There it is. Effortlessly making its way out of East Midlands and off into a very bright evening sky. So look, background on the apron. Chewy aircraft out there. He should be joined in just a minute or so by Cessna Citation as well, making its way out. Get a little bit more light in there if we can. There goes the Cessna Citation making its way out to Guernsey. Golf November Juliet Alpha Bravo, the registration on the Cessna. Fueling truck. I'm going to cross the apron, maybe on the Chewy just for a second.
Well, that's what they're looking at the airport plan.
Yeah.
The heritage flights are near these two hangars. Yeah. So those two hangars I think are safe. The other ones is going. That car park is going.
We are still here. Just bear with me. There we go. Now it's going to get very busy, isn't it?
Yeah.
So once JCB go as well.
Sorry?
Once JCB go as well.
Yeah.
That's going to free up a lot of space, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it stays dry anyway. More dry than it has been.
Well, that's the last family out. So time to go home.
Yeah. For a bit longer yet.
Oh, I live in the village, so I don't know.
No, fair enough then.
I've got to get in my car and
Roll down.
Roll down the hill, yeah. It's Stuart staying tonight as always. So.
Yeah, he'll be around. He'll be around. Yeah. Bit of sun finally anyway.
There's jet.
Looks like it, off to Guernsey. And there it is. Off into a very bright sky. Safely making its way out this evening. That one off to Guernsey. Well, back on the apron then. That Chewy is just on the move in the distance. There it is. That one off out to Larnaca this evening. Catch up with that one in a few minutes then. Right, thank you very much. See you later. Yeah, the weather's very tricky at the minute. A lot of very dark grey clouds right above us. Thanks for waiting with us. Speaking to couple of volunteers here at the aero park. As we're saying, the weather very tricky this evening. Certainly very bright and very dull at the same time. We'll persevere with it. Do as best we can by making its way past the Ryanair off to Riga onto the taxiway. Look at the next arrivals and departures from East Midlands as well. Well, thank you very much indeed for being with us this afternoon and into this evening. Hopefully staying drier than it has been. Definitely grey in the distance. I think all that rain has passed for the evening. Well, truly, hopefully it has anyway. The Lauda in from Palma is about 25 minutes out there, making its way down through 25,500 feet. 9 Hotel, India Hotel Delta, the registration on the arriving A320-200 series. And turning on to final now. Due service in from Kefalonia, that one with a flight time about 3 hours and 10 minutes by the time it touches down. Registration Golf Tango, Uniform Mike Oscar, 737 MAX. -8 should be the next aircraft to arrive with us on the stream. That aircraft departing out to Larnaca, still on the taxiway, making its way down to the start of runway 27, and the Ryanair off to Riga on the apron as well in front of us. So let's have a quick look back over at the 777. I think 1 or 2 aircraft to be delivered to One this year, the second coming at the end of 2025, so maybe in the next well, hopefully in the next 3 or 4 months. That's our current schedule anyway. But brand new into East Midlands. Don't think this one has been on a commercial revenue flight just yet. Based at East Midlands for a few days for familiarisation training for the ground crew here. Maybe a bit of flight familiarisation as well for the crew. But a brand new aircraft, and probably the newest aircraft that we've seen on our streams. Thank you very much. So I'll try and get a bit of a close-up of that a little bit closer later on anyway. Just a little bit windy for the time being. Yeah, there's a rear section of it anyway. Well, it would be good to catch that one on its first revenue flight. We'll see if it makes it out in the next few days or so. Try and catch that one if we can. Next aircraft departing out then is actually off to Larnaca this evening. Just try and lose a bit of that light if we can. Just for a little while. Golf Tango Uniform Kilo Victor, the departing 737-800, this one 16 years of age. A little bit darker as well into this evening. We get a little bit closer to those departing aircraft as well. Hopefully the weather will allow that cloud looking rather grey in the distance. There it goes, making that left hand turn down towards the south. See if we can lose a little bit more of that line then. There we go, just before that next aircraft arrives in with us. surfing those clouds just before it leaves East Midlands airspace. Passing through 2,100 feet now. There you go, a little bit of wing fluff there. All the moisture in the air just hitting the surface of the wing, leaving on a trailing edge. See just how dark it is out there as well. Hopefully not heading our way anytime soon. Off it goes, and passing through 3,600 feet. That next arriving aircraft touching down then this afternoon. Looking a little bit dull out there as that cloud passes over. We're safely arriving in flight time, actually 3 hours and 12 minutes by the time it touched down. Safely vacating from runway 27, making its way onto the taxiway now. Specsavers Aviation. Beaching Gear 350 starting up on stand E in the maintenance area. That one making its way out to Southampton. A little bit more light in there, I think. Mike Sierra, Papa Echo Charlie, the registration on the Beaching 350. Right now off to Riga, still on its stand. There it is, presumably waiting for a slot. And allowed at A320, about 12 minutes out now, passing down through 11,300 feet. That one with a flight time of about 2 hours and 5 minutes, or thereabouts, by the time it arrives in with us. Right in from Vraslav is about 30 minutes out. Echo India Hotel Zulu, the registration on the inbound service from Vraslav. And the Specsavers Beach King making its way out. We'll see the 737 in on stand. Follow the Beach King as it makes its way down to the start of runway 27. But good to have you all with us. Thank you for joining us again this Thursday. Fortunately, the past week or so, the weather hasn't been that kind to us. So instead of bringing you a substandard stream and cutting them short, I thought we'd just sit it out for a few days and let the weather get a little bit better. And make the most of it before we start hitting those darker evenings again. The 350 making its way just out of sight then behind the fence line there, and the 747 sitting in the distance off to Hong Kong this evening, expected to depart at about 8:10. Next aircraft to push on stand, off at stand, sorry, not on stand. We'll have a little look in the distance. The Ryanair off to Future Ventura. Echo India Foxtrot Sierra, the registration 737 MAX. This one is 2 years of age. November 2022, this one entered into service with Ryanair. You can probably tell it's a little bit windy as well. Taking the brunt of the wind as we stand up here from top of the mound in the aero park this evening. The aero park, of course, open at the minute, Thursdays, Saturday and Sunday. Last of the visitors just leaving this evening. We're open again on Saturday from 11 AM until 5 PM, and the same on Sunday as well. Hopefully the weather is going to be a lot more favourable on Saturday, so if you're in the area, definitely give them a look. There's a link to their website in the stream description below, and that'll take you to relevant pages to find out all about the aircraft on static display here, as well as how to find them, mission times and prices as well. The Beach King making its way onto runway 27. This one about 18 months old. One of the newer aircraft for Specsavers Aviation. Gradually making its way down towards us now. Just passing through 70 knots. Now as the wind picks up, we will try stick with this one. See how challenging that wind is for those departing aircraft, or smaller departing aircraft anyway. This one looks like it's making it out with relative ease. For that one, safely making its way out. Let's get a little bit closer then. Losing a bit of that light, making it a little bit easier to see the aircraft. Like a very smooth departure there, maybe a few bumps as it continues to climb away, but making that left-hand turn heading down towards the south end. That one off to Southampton this evening. Goes then leaving East Midlands airspace, passing through 2,500 feet. And leave that one there as it disappears off into the cloud. So look back over in the distance there now. Ryanair 737, almost ready to make its way out towards us. Future Ventura is its destination this evening. The Fly 4 operating on behalf of Chile off to Palma. Echo India Foxtrot Foxtrot Charlie, the registration on the departing 737. That one just starting on stand, not pushing just yet. Ryanair almost ready to, looks like, detach there. So the dispatcher just in front of that aircraft. So Leaf makes his final communications with the flight deck. So a quick look in the distance as the Jet 2 off to Mahon this evening. Where is it? That's the Fly 4. There it is. Pulling up next to the Ryanair off to Riga. Jet 2 off to Mahon then. Golf Delta Foxtrot Sierra, the registration of that 737-800. 24 years of age. May 2021. This one first entered commercial service. So with a bit of luck, both of those aircraft should be making their way out anytime soon. The Fly 4 just about to join both those aircraft then. There it is, pushing back. There's like a helicopter arriving in with us in the distance. Just about to safely touch down then. There you go, all three wheels safely on the ground. Taxiing off, presumably straight down in towards the maintenance area. Nothing on radar for that one, but registration Golf Charlie Mike Uniform Victor. Like an Augusta airframe landing into East Midlands with us. Disappearing off into the maintenance area. So the Ryanair to Future Ventura still there at the rear of the apron. That one ready to start taxiing out. If we have a look in the distance to the far end of the main apron, the Fly 4 joining the Ryanair and the Jet 2. It's like the Ryanair off to Riga making its way out finally. Registration on the Ryanair then off to Riga. Echo India Juliet Romeo 737 Max. This one just a year of age, just over a year of age. April 2024. This one was delivered to Ryanair. John, very good to see you again this evening. Thank you very much for joining us. 6 months you've been a member with us now, so thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed your holiday anyway. It's been a couple of weeks since we last saw you. Thanks for joining us a couple of weeks ago. Hope you managed to get some good footage after all. We had a few people joining us that evening, but hopefully some great shots, especially those 777s. So very busy taxiway now then. The 737 there of Jet 2 and Ryanair making their way out. And then a little bit further up the taxiway, 737 Max off to Future Ventura awaiting its turn. That light isn't playing with us this evening very well. We'll try our best anyway. It's not the rain, it's the blooming cloud. Jet 2 making its way out then onto the taxiway, and joining it just behind is that Ryanair off to Future Ventura. Very light, extremely dark as well as that cloud passes overhead. So I do apologise for any distortion to the image, but so is the weather. Looking a little bit dirty, that airframe as well, especially for the the edge of the aircraft. Windows looking a little bit sorry for themselves. Fly 4 making its way out as well now. So quite a quick succession of 737s to depart from East Midlands. 767 in the distance starting up as well. And it looks like the JCB hangar is open. The helicopter just peeking out. 767 off to Leipzig this evening. As that Fly 4 enters the taxiway, actually safely make its way on, and then a quick pan across, see what's happening over in the distance. So look then very quickly, just before that next departure makes its way onto runway 27. Airlogic 777 there, and the DHL 767 in the distance. This one is got a few repair patches around that main upper cargo door. And then just a little further behind is indeed a JCB just sticking out of the hangar there. Not too sure if we'll see that one depart out this evening. Having a little look at that one, closer detail, but the Lauda arriving in with us then this evening, touching down, making its way in from Palma. Flight time of 2 hours and 6 minutes. Jet 2 off to Mahan, entering runway 27 first. Right now off to Riga at the very start of runway 27. We'll have a look at the Lauda in just a little while, and we keep on it for now as it continues down to the taxiway. Rear cowling of the engine looking a little bit dirty. The Jet 2 then off to Mahan, making its way down towards us. See the extent of the cloud right in front of us this evening. That 737 continuing to climb away then. Right into, looks like quite a heavy band of weather right above it. First of 5 departing aircraft to leave East Midlands then in the next few minutes. Right now off to Fuerteventura, lining up on runway 27. That one will be next to depart. And the 767 off to Leipzig, commencing its taxi down towards us now. Jet 2 passing through 3,100 feet. That one leaving East Midlands airspace. Just into the cloud as well as we pan down. see that 767 making its way out. To Future just sat on runway 27 for the time being. And there it goes, making its way down towards us. We'll come back to the 767 just a minute then. That 737 MAX rapidly making its way down. And away it goes. Right into that heavy cloud there. Hopefully passing over the top of us. Just have a look, see if everything's covered up just in case it does start to rain. Back on the game then. Passing through 3,000 feet then, the Ryanair off to Future Ventura this evening. Just about to be engulfed by the cloud. Next departure then on runway 27. To being hindered by the weather ever so slightly in front of it. Safely making its way out nevertheless. That one passing through 1,800 feet now off to Riga this evening. This one turning towards the north. Trying to stick with this one for as long as we can. Hopefully get a little bit of an extended view as it makes its way north of the airfield. Passing it through the cloud there. Should hopefully pop out the other side. There it goes. Bit of cloud surfing on this evening's stream. It'll be a little bit bumpy as well for everybody on board as it hits those air pockets. There it goes, exiting the other side though. Pretty much clear skies ahead of it. That next departure then, the fly for this one departing out to Palma this evening. 1,300 feet, that one is currently passing through. Climbing out 158 knots as it starts that left hand turn down towards the south. The 767 is the next aircraft to make it onto runway 27. Considering the weather ahead of it, quite a smooth climb out there on the Palmer service. You can definitely hear the overhead traffic this evening. You can't see it, unfortunately, for the time being anyway. There it goes, straight into the cloud. Now the 767 will be the next aircraft to depart. 737 though over in the distance. That one is pushing off of its stand. This one just on a short hop back down to Luton this evening. Echo India Hotel Victor, their registration on the 737 MAX there. November 2023. This one first entered into service with Ryanair. Like a few drops of rain landing around us at the minute. Small boost jet making its way out. Try and catch that one. It's climbing a little too hard to catch on camera. There it is. Departing right above us, very rapidly climbing out. Nothing on radar for that one, unfortunately. There we go, very rapid succession of departures from East Midlands. That's 767, just about to turn onto the start of runway 27. Should be lined up in the next couple of minutes and making its way down towards us. Registration of the departing 767 Golf Delta Hotel Lima Kilo. This one 12 years of age. But the business jet makes its way out of East Midlands. Like a little Embraer, that one. Too short on the registration. Very rapidly making its way out. Just heard those engines roaring towards us. Sneaking out before the 767. That one just holding the start of runway 27. Not sure if anything is making its way in. On the approach, nothing on the radar. The Ryanair in from Vraslav is about 7 minutes out now, just east of Leicester. Echo India Hotel Zulu, the registration on the next arriving aircraft. It's looking a little bit better in the distance for that next aircraft departs. And let's have a quick look at the weather out there. Not looking too bad. A lot of that weather is directly above us this evening, just above the south of the airfield, so hopefully very quickly passing over. Troll tower there in the distance. Oh, very dark cloud. Fingers crossed, majority of it has passed by now, so whatever landed on us earlier should be the last of it with a bit of luck. The 767 are lining up on runway 27, and that's the next aircraft to depart from East Midlands this evening. At registration again, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Kilo. 767 off out to Leipzig. Not sure how full this one is. It's maybe quite an early rotation. So the 767s off to Leipzig usually are, the majority of the aircraft off to Leipzig usually are very light. It is indeed. Losing that one then. Climbing away about 4,200 feet per minute. Goes coming back into view. very steep departure from East Midlands there. There you go, very difficult to see that one, heading straight off into the sunlight. That one already at 4,000 feet then. Very steep departure indeed, just over 4,200 feet per minute on the 767. And the 737 in the distance. No movement on that one just yet. Tell a lie, there it is, making its way out then to the taxiway. The light becoming a bit more stable as well. Just a short while, once the majority of that cloud passes over. Should get a little bit less glare from those airframes. Good evening to everybody watching us as well, live from East Midlands Airport this evening from the grounds of the Aeropark. It's good to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining in the chat as well. Good to see everybody in there. Great to see everybody supporting the channel over the past few weeks and months as well. Passing 4,000 subscribers just a couple of weeks ago. So thank you to everybody who's made that possible. We're now on our way to our next goal of 5,000 subscribers. We're doing pretty well to hit that next target. So thank you to everybody who's joined us over the past few weeks. Try and get those streams loaded up as far in advance as you possibly can. But likely out at the start of next week, as long as the weather holds out. So we have the option for a bit of shelter as well. So we'll do a bit of work on that. Try and make some sheltered streams possible. A few more technical issues that we need to work through on that before we get those up and going. It should be pretty good as we move into colder months, especially towards the end of this year. A bit of shelter and a bit of warmth, I think, makes a bit of difference to where we were at the start of the year. It's about -2 on some streams, so don't fancy doing that very much again. We'll take all the warmth and shelter that we possibly can. The Ryanair returning down to Luton this evening and waiting at the start of runway 27. Next aircraft to arrive is the Ryanair in from Vraslav. Echo India, India Hotel Zulu, the registration on the arriving 737 MAX. An hour and 55 minutes is the total flight time on this evening's service. 767 in from JFK. It's about 25 minutes out. That one just passing the most southern tip of the Isle of Man now, making its way down towards Liverpool and then in towards East Midlands. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Oscar, the registration on the arriving 767. Very quiet as well around the airfield this evening, not a lot of noise at all. Landing in then and just touching down in the distance. That's 737 in from Bratislava. And the next departing 737, ready to line up behind it. There it is. Looking very shiny as it makes its way down towards us. Sunlight glaring off the cowling of the engines there. Bit of a brief look in on the flight deck as well as it taxis off of runway 27 onto the taxiway. And we'll see how early the next departing aircraft rotates. Presumably nobody on board this one apart from the crew, so it should be up nice and early. Maybe a little bit less steep than the 767 that departed just a few minutes ago. There it goes, continuing its taxi down towards the apron then. The next aircraft should be making its way down towards us now. It is indeed. Zoom out a bit, just in case this one does rotate early. Returning empty down to Luton, and this evening the Ryanair 737 MAX. Nice shallow turn as it continues its departure towards the south. Still a lot of dense cloud in the distance. But just managing to keep up with that aircraft. For the time being. There it goes, disappearing off into the cloud. Now let's have a look back over on the main apron. Like the arriving aircraft in from Bratislava in on stand now. There you go, bring that one into a little bit more of a focus. Richard and Louise, good to see you in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us. Sorry to Sorry about your pain there, Louise. Access Productions as well, a little earlier in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for subscribing as well. Let's have a look at those next departures from East Midlands then. They're allowed at A320 just to the right of the screen there, due out in the next 6 minutes or so. Looks like those last passengers making their way on board this evening. So maybe a little later than 6 minutes, but the aircraft definitely scheduled to depart from East Midlands. Average delay showing on the radar at the minute at about 25 minutes. West Atlantic ATR estimated to depart just before 25 to 6 this evening. And they're right now off to Berlin. That one was due out at 6 p.m. Estimated departure time for that one slightly delayed by about 30 minutes or so. It's about 6:30 p.m. this evening. That one will be departing. Due off to Heraklion. That one is estimated to depart at 20 to 7, and the Airlogic 777 making its way back out to Leipzig. That one departing at about 5 to 7 this evening. Now the Airlogic 777s will quickly spin round and have a look. That one being unloaded in the distance. The camera will stay still. It wouldn't get a little bit carried away with itself there. With the 777 there in on stand, continuing to be offloaded. Get a little bit more light in if we can, as that cloud has gone over us again. But that aircraft estimated to depart at about 5 to 7 this evening. Now the 777s can face a little bit of a delay due to operational reasons on the ground here at East Midlands. So a lot of the onboarding of that cargo is manual. It'll take quite a bit of time, so we may well see the inbound 777 from Leipzig, assuming it's making its way over this evening. It is indeed. That one just departing there, just climbing away from Leipzig. Should be with us in the next 90 minutes or so, subject to the weather of course. Registration on the inbound 777 from Leipzig Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Quebec. That one 4 years of age, coming up to 5 years of age this year in November. It should be with us in the next 90 minutes or so, so not a very long flight for that one, but we'll likely either take the stand of the 777 there or pull alongside it this evening. 767 in from Kennedy is about 20 minutes out then, just making its way over North Wales now, down towards Chester. Looks like it's going to skirt south of Ellesmere Port, making its way down towards Crewe, over towards Ashbourne, north of Derby, over towards Nottingham, and then making that final turn on the final approach down towards us here at East Midlands. It's about 20 minutes or so. That aircraft passing down through 20,500 feet, 450 knots is its current speed as it descends towards us. Registration again, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Oscar. Flight time should be in the region of about 5 hours and 55 minutes. The Alps team's there just vacating runway 27. Let's have a little look at the arrivals there. The Kennedy service just spoke about, slightly delayed. That one should have been with us around about now, about 20-minute delay or so on the inbound, which is not too unfamiliar. The Ryanair in from Rome, that one is delayed by about 25 minutes, just before 6 p.m. That one should be with us. 777 in from Cincinnati, delayed by about an hour or so, so just before 7:15 this evening. And the 777 in from Leipzig that we just had a quick look at, that one is expected to arrive with us just before 7 p.m. this evening, so may well be just a quick swap over on stand, as long as the 777 there on screen makes its way out on time. Looks like the majority of the bad weather has passed overhead now as well. I'm hoping so anyway. It should be pretty much a clear stream from here on in. Trying to get some of the overheads into Manchester as well if we can. So it's not that good down towards the south, but north of where we are at the minute, pretty much blue skies. So fingers crossed we see some of those heavies making their way into Manchester a little later on. So look over at the Lauda then in the distance. So those last passengers still making their way on board. Passengers departing, disembarking, sorry, from the Ryanair there from Brasov this evening. Right, well those two aircraft continue to embark and disembark. Just going to grab a quick extra layer before it turns any colder. Temperature's dropped ever so slightly. Where are we? About 16 degrees at the minute. That wind picking up ever so slightly as well, about 12 knots. Visibility not that bad, not the greatest, but still quite a good view all the way around the airfield for the time being. A lot of the bad weather passing towards the south, so I shall go and grab a couple of extra layers. I shall be back very shortly. Leave you with those two aircraft just for the time being. Right, that's a little bit warmer. A few extra layers on to keep that wind chill off. Let's grab a quick view of the One Air 777 as well. Just catching a bit of that sunlight where it was just a few seconds ago. Hopefully peeking through again. Looking very fresh and shiny and new over in the distance there. So you can get a closer view of the flight deck. There you go, not much of a view there. So those window shades blocking some of the lights out from the flight deck there. See the stairs are on the other side though, so presumably ground crew in and out of that aircraft today, getting familiar with all the new functions of that airframe. I should see its counterpart out later this evening, about 8:10, 747 making its way out to Hong Kong. nice and fresh. So from that one Air 777 to the one Air 747 there. Do you see the registration? Golf Oscar November Echo Echo. Golf Oscar November Echo Golf on the 777. I think the one of two aircraft, or the first of two aircraft, should I say, to be delivered into One Air, or the Air One group, I think as it's formerly known, this year. .767 in from Kennedy, not too far out then, about 10 minutes now until we see that next inbound arrive with us. There we go, compensate for that light a little bit. There it is, catching that sunlight at last. Very plain and simple livery. I think one that works quite well on that airframe. Not too dissimilar to the Aerologic 777 on stand. Just a little bit more colour. And of course the DHL 777s as well. More vibrant in their liveries. The 767 on stand next to it should be joined by its counterpart very soon. Two other 767s over there in the distance, sandwiched in between the 777s. So look, whereabouts that next arrival is then. Making its way over Ashbourne now, passing down through 9,400 feet at 306 knots. That one arriving in from the north then, and down towards the south, the Ryanair in from Rome. 737 MAX, Echo India, India Golf Mike, the registration on the inbound aircraft from Rome, making its way down through 16,300 feet, 295 knots, the current speed on that aircraft. That one should be with us in about 16 minutes. Total flight time on the inbound from Rome, just over 2 hours and 20 minutes by the time it touches down here with us this evening. So we'll keep an eye out for this one making its way out on its first revenue service from East Midlands. Not too sure where this one will depart out to or when it will depart out. Hopefully very soon. I'll tell you a little bit further down the airfield as well towards the main apron. Give you a view of that weather making its way over towards the east at the minute. Tower there taking the brunt of the sunlight. See just how dense the cloud is behind. So look on the main apron then at the Lauda. Hopefully that one has completed boarding now. Definitely looks like the rear stairs have been moved out of the way. Fueling truck underneath the Ryanair. Another Beach King making its way from the maintenance area. This one will hopefully make a bit of a rapid exit before that 767 makes it onto final approach. Nothing on the radar for this one just yet. Only ping up just after it departs. to everybody joining us as well. Good to have you with us. Good to see you all in the chat. Thank you very much for joining in. So the Beach King there being joined you follow very closely. Anyway, nothing pinging up on the radar for this one just yet. About registration, it looks like it's Oscar Yankee Mike Golf Oscar. See if we can find anything on that one. Dassault Falcon. $2,000 LXS. Operated by Air Alsie, I think is how you pronounce it. ALSIE. Nothing pinging up for that one just yet. Hopefully quite a nice shot as that one departs overhead this evening. The Beach King making its way down first though, hopefully departing out first just before the Dassault. And there it is, nice and early. Louder pinging up on stand. Hopefully that one should start pushing anytime soon. That one departing straight out there, maintaining the runway heading. Just a very light wind breezing past us. No trouble for the aircraft departing out. Not as strong as it was earlier, so hopefully that'll die down a little bit. But away it goes anyway, making its way from East Midlands this evening. The Lauda pushing off stand. We'll stay in this direction. Wait for that next departing aircraft to make its way down towards us. So not too sure where that one is departing to this evening. The Lauda making its way back out to Palmer, of course. Let's have a little look. No information on that one just yet, but there is an aircraft inbound. PC-24 operated by boeing. Mike Alpha Romeo November Zulu, the registration on the next inbound. That one is just over Kegworth at the minute, passing down through 1,000 feet. This one inbound from Biggin Hill, and the 767 turning on to final approach. Should be with us in the next few minutes. But the next arrival just making its way over the M1, passing down through 500 feet. noise from the aircraft in the distance just yet. We should hear it as he gets a little bit closer. A320 on apron then in the distance, anti-collision light pinging away, and should hopefully be making its way onto the taxiway and down to the start of runway 27 in the next few minutes. Slightly delayed this evening, about 5:35 that one was due to depart East Midlands. So making its way out a little later than scheduled, but the aircraft inbound to us now. Here it is. Now the louder looks like it is indeed making its way off of the apron onto the taxiway. Speed brakes retracting there as the aircraft makes its way down towards the maintenance area. Flaps retracting as well. There it goes, safely making its way down in towards the maintenance area, then just about to lose that one as it makes that right hand turn. That next departing aircraft there, the Assault Falcon, making its way out from East Midlands, quickly making its way down runway 27, not that far behind the trees, but definitely starting its roll towards us. There it goes, nice and early. There it is, another steep climb out there. Parting straight into the sun. 767 in from Kennedy, the next aircraft to arrive in. It's not too bad right above, isn't it? So a lot of that dense cloud has passed. Blue skies all the way, well, almost all the way around. Just a last little band of weather to pass over the airfield. It should be quite a pleasant evening. So hopefully we will catch some of that heavy traffic into Manchester at some point. But first, the next arrival with us is that 767 making its way in from JFK this evening. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Oscar, the registration on the next inbound 767-300. Flight time 5 hours and 55 minutes by the time it touches down. So a little look over on the main apron for the time being. Within the next 40 minutes or so, the Chewy there on the stand should be departing out to Heraklion. I think that one is expected to depart about 20 to 7 this evening. So in the next 40 to 50 minutes, we should see that aircraft making a move. 767 touching down. This one still carrying a bit of speed, using all of the runway available to it this evening as it rolls out there. Safely touching down into East Midlands this evening then. Vacating the runway there. Just behind that one there is another inbound service. the Ryanair in from Rome on final approach. That one passing down through 2,000 feet now at 166 knots. That will be the next aircraft to arrive into East Midlands, if we can keep up with the 767 there. A few wasps still around as well this evening. I had second thoughts with the cooler weather. Hopefully the birds getting some in there. Start eating this evening. Definitely make it a bit easier for streaming anyway without the distraction of wasp landing on your finger. .767 continuing its taxi then towards its stand, and the aircraft arriving in from Rome, passing over Kegworth. Lauda A320 still holding at the start of runway 27. There it is, arriving in onto its stand. Marshall just behind the container there, guiding the aircraft in. Almost there. There we go, coming to a complete stop. Just parking brakes applied. Those engines should be shutting down imminently. The Ryanair in from Rome, then landing in with us now. India Golf Mike, the registration on this one. Flight time of 2 hours and 22 minutes. The Lauda A320 lining up on the centre line. That is the next aircraft to depart, making its way out to Palma this evening. 9 Hotel India Hotel Delta, the registration on the A320. And mess around with these settings just a little bit more. .17 years of age on the A320, that one just about to rotate. Straight out right into the sun there, so I'll avoid any damage to highlights this evening. I'll try and catch that one as it makes its left hand turn, departing out towards the south. 777 taking the brunt of that sunlight now. A little shinier than it did earlier. But the Ryanair in from Rome, making its way in on stand. So look in the distance then at the aircraft as it continues to taxi. Further round, there we go. and the West Atlantic ATR lining up on runway 27. There's the next aircraft to depart this evening. Golf November Papa Tango Foxtrot, the registration on the ATR. That one outbound to Ellison this evening. Up in Norway. So not very often we get to see the ATRs depart from East Midlands on the evening streams. I think managing to catch them a couple of times in as many weeks. Hopefully this one should be up quite early. It is indeed. There it goes. Right above us now, right out to the reach of the camera. There it is. Maintaining runway heading then as it continues to climb out right into the sunlight this evening. There it is, completely blocked out. Just a little bit tricky to see that one for the minute. Making a very shallow bank towards the right. Let's see if we can pick that up just as it comes out of direct line of sight with the sun there. So we'll lose a little bit of light if we can. There it is, right in the distance. Making its way north from the airfield down the West Atlantic ATR. Making its way over to Norway this evening. Right, before we do any damage then, looking directly into the sunlight there. So a quick look around on the main apron. Ryanair pushing off stand. Just those settings back down if we can. Ryanair off to Venice this evening. Echo India Hotel Zulu, the registration on the 737 MAX. This one delivered in November 2023. Definitely turning a little bit chilly now. Where are we in terms of temperature? Just below 16 degrees. Wind taking most of that heat away from us this evening. Hopefully not dropping too cold though. It's good to see everybody. Thank you very much indeed for joining us again this evening live from East Midlands Airport. Don't forget the air park is open this weekend as well, Saturday and Sunday. The next open days to the public. From 11 AM till 5 PM on both days. Weather looking not too bad this weekend. Temperatures back above 20 degrees as well for a brief time. Looking a little bit wetter into next week. A bit more rain on its way, but for the rest of this evening should be quite nice and pleasant. Well, in terms of being here streaming anyway. But thank you indeed for watching us. If you've not already joined us, do consider subscribing. We're out at least twice a week streaming live from East Midlands Airport. Apologies for the past couple of weeks, the weather hasn't been too forgiving. A lot of rain passing over the Midlands. Still a little bit of work to do before we can get a bit of shelter to continue streaming in inclement weather as it is. We'll try and make a few adjustments to our stream as well. Try and bring you as many aircraft as we can from here at East Midlands. We'll work on that over the next few weeks. Of course, we'll update you as well on any changes and progress to the channel as we continue towards the end of the year. It's been almost a year now since we've been streaming at East Midlands, entering into I think what is our 9th month now. So thank you very much for everybody's continued support throughout this year. Hopefully we continue to grow the channel into next year as well. So right now then, waiting on the apron there to commence its taxi down to the start runway 27. A couple of hours before it reaches Venice this evening. So look for the next departures after the Ryanair departs. The Chewy off to Heraklion. That one is estimated to depart at about 20 to 7 this evening. So in the next 30 minutes or so, there should be a bit of movement on that aircraft. And the 777 off to Leipzig. That one is expected to depart within the hour as well. In the next 50 minutes or so, that one should be making its way out of East Midlands off to Leipzig this evening. Making its way in from Leipzig is the 777 also. That one just about to make its way over into the Netherlands this evening. Currently at 38,000 feet, 460 knots is its current speed. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Quebec. The registration on the inbound 777. That one 5 years of age this year. But about 50 minutes out for the next arriving 777. After the inbound from Leipzig, the 777 from Cincinnati will be making its way in towards us. That one currently at 35,000 feet. Making its way down towards Ireland at the minute, 568 knots. The speed of that aircraft, Golf Delta Hotel Lima X-ray, the registration. That one a little bit younger than its counterpart, making its way in from Leipzig, 3 years of age on the airframe. The Ryanair making its way out then this evening, this one off to Venice. Hopefully as the sun drops a little in the next hour or so, catch quite a scenic departure of the One Air 747 in the distance there, making its way out. That one off at 10 past 8 this evening. They're currently estimated at 10 past 8 off to Hong Kong. So we will have a look at that one as it departs out in the next few minutes. Let's check on the progress of the Aerologic 777 in the distance. Like a bit more cargo to make its way on board this evening. Refueling truck is just under that wing. Refueling still in progress this evening. The RVL caravan here from the Isle of Man in with us just after 7 PM, and a Maersk in from Cologne. That one is pinging up at 20 past 7. Not too sure if we'll see that one or not. Hasn't materialised so far over the past few weeks. But the UPS 767 only slightly behind schedule this evening. About 20 past 8 that one is expected to arrive with us. VistaJet Embraer making its way up from Luton. That's the Embraer Legacy 650. And the DHL 767 in from Reykjavik. That one is currently pinging up, making its way towards us with an estimated time very similar to the EPS 767, just before 20 past 8 this evening. Now the Eastern 767, that one quite a rare spot, especially here at East Midlands. That one is making its way in. Should have been with us at about 8:30. Fortunately, that one delayed this evening until about 10 to 10. So a little bit later than where we'll be in terms of streaming, but we'll try and end around 8:30 with the arrival of the DHL 757 in from Aberdeen. Usually see the West Atlantic 737 in from Aberdeen, but looks like we're being joined by the 757 this evening, making its way down, hopefully making its way into us just after 8:30. We'll catch the 747 departing out and then hopefully end with that 757 arriving in. Let's have a spin around then. Set up, ready to watch that next departure make its way out. Lining up on runway 27 then, making its way down towards us. The Ryanair off to Treviso this evening. Safely departing out straight into the sun there. Catch up with that one as it continues its climb out a little further down towards the south. So it's not the clouds, it's the sun this evening. That's causing an issue. Right, let's have a pan around then and catch the aircraft as it continues to depart from East Midlands. There it is. A very different scene to of what we saw a little earlier. All the rain passing over the airfield. Very blue skies right in front of us this evening. There it is, safely departing out. The Ryanair off to Treviso. Distance there, making its way out from the maintenance area. Another BizJet this evening. So the earlier arriving Embraer making its way back out now. Just how well the visibility in the distance has increased. Looking nice and bright over there now. goes then, just had to lose that one behind the fence line there. I'm assuming that one will be up nice and early this evening. So look for any movement then over on the apron. Nothing on the Chewy just yet. That rear stair in place, ready to receive those passengers, and that lower cargo door open as well. Right, get that one zipped up, keep a bit more warmth in. So a quick look for any overhead traffic making its way past us. I got British Airways 777 off to Toronto this evening. A little bit higher up. There it is, just passing by. Making its way from Heathrow. Contrails just becoming visible there as it passes over the airfield. Have a look out for some more overheads as well in the next short while. Just in the distance, the helicopter in the vicinity is indeed lifting off from Donington Park this evening. So a quick look round in that direction. May just be able to pick that one out. There it is. Doesn't look like it's going to pass over the airfield. Staying west of the end of 09. Another British Airways aircraft passing overhead. If we can make it out. There it is. A350-10. That one off to Las Vegas this evening, departing Heathrow. Well, departing from Heathrow, currently 27,000 feet, 474 knots. That one delivered into British Airways in January 2024. So a little bit of a lull in traffic here at East Midlands this evening, waiting for that next departing aircraft on stand there in the distance, off to Heraklion. Those passengers making their way on board, and the Embraer that we saw arriving in just a short while ago making its way out now. Climbing away at quite some speed and height there this evening. No destination file for that one at the minute on the radar. looks like the first passengers making their way on board of the 737 in the distance then. That one should be making its way out in the next 20 to 25 minutes if it stays on schedule. A little further out then for those next arrivals. 777 making its way in from Leipzig. That one is about 35 minutes out now. It's leaving the coast of the Netherlands. 38,000 feet is its current altitude. 465 knots is the current speed on that aircraft. Yeah, the 777 in from Cincinnati. That should be with us in about 50 minutes time. That one a little lower at 35,000 feet, 561 knots though, the speed on that aircraft as it makes its way in towards us. Right, let's get a little bit more power plugged in. Keep us going for a little bit longer at least. There we go. Let's have a look around then at the 767 in from JFK. That one offloading its cargo this evening. That wind still bouncing the camera around a little bit. But not long to wait then until that next aircraft departs. About 20 minutes or so until we see that due service off to Heraklion this evening. And then just a short while after we should see the arrival of that 777 in from Leipzig and the 777 in from Cincinnati. The EPS 767 should be with us in about an hour and 50 minutes time. A little longer to go for that one. And the 767 making its way in from Reykjavik. That one has just departed 10 minutes ago at 2 hours and 10 minutes until we see that one. 747 still expected to depart at 8:10 this evening. That one on its stand at the other end of the airfield this evening. We should see that one pushing back though a little later on. And that one will likely be the last departing aircraft of this evening's stream. On a 777, catching a bit of light around it this evening. Very nice and new there as it sits on the remote stand. See see if we can have a look at where this one has been. So first flight from Everett on the 1st of August, it's about 4 weeks ago. Making its first transatlantic flight over to Cardiff on the 26th of August, and then between Prestwick and Shannon, and finally making its way into East Midlands on the 1st of September, landing in just before 6 p.m. First 777 in the One Air fleet, in a brand new airframe as well for the cargo operator. One of two expected this year. This one being based at East Midlands, or presumably being based at East Midlands for the foreseeable. I haven't heard of any plans to replace the 747s just yet, but those airframes are becoming increasingly aged now. Over the past few months, in the past couple of years, parts of those airframes are becoming a little bit more difficult to source as well. The One Air 747 in front of us for a few weeks here at East Midlands, waiting a replacement engine. Now the 777 in front of us delayed from entering into service quite some time, I think. Production delays over at Boeing prohibiting an early delivery of the aircraft, but safely with us here at East Midlands now, so hopefully we'll see that one out on regular operation very soon. I think for the next over the past few days it's been on the ground here, allowing the crew to familiarise herself with all the new functions of that airframe. We good to see that one finally get out and into service. The Chewy in the distance then waiting to go out to Heraclea on this evening. Looks like those passengers have finally boarded now, that rear stair no longer in place, so hopefully this one will be out on time. Estimated departure is 20 to 7 this evening. Pull forward just a little, about 6:30 it's now pinging up as, and then in the next 20 minutes we should hopefully see the departure of the Airlogic 777 making its way over to Leipzig. And the One Air 747 departing out at 10 past 8 this evening, making its way over to Hong Kong. In the next 30 minutes there, and the 777 in from Leipzig should be landing in with us, and the RVL in from the Isle of Man just after 7 p.m. DPS 767 in from Philadelphia. That one is expected to arrive just before 20 past 8 this evening. That one should be joined by the 767 in from Reykjavik, and the Embraer Legacy making its way up from Luton as well. That one is expected to arrive with us about 10 past 8, and that'll likely be the last aircraft we see on this evening's stream. I think I'll get a little bit colder later on, so making a hasty exit to get back into the warmth. But thank you very much indeed for joining us. I've enjoyed the content so far from here at East Midlands this evening. If you're new to the channel, do consider subscribing. We're out here at least twice a week, streaming live from the Aeropark. Thank you to everybody who's joined us and our valued members as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the shorts, or the short burst of shorts over the weekend. More of that footage on its way to you as well. Thank you very much for sticking around with us. thank you to everybody supporting us as well this evening. Thank you to everybody who's hit the like button. Triple seven here from Leipzig, then passing down through 30,400 feet at 443 knots. That one making its way towards Chelmsford at the minute. It's just about to reach the coast. And then making its way straight up from East Midlands. Should be making its way towards Luton, up towards Milton Keynes, and then towards Leicester, before finally making that turn onto final approach. About 30 minutes until we see that first 777 arrive in, and about 40 minutes for the next 777, that one in from Cincinnati, making its way across Northern Ireland now at 35,000 feet, 547 knots the speed on that aircraft. Let's have a look at the progress of the Aerologic 777 in the distance. A little bit more cargo to make its way on board. Let's have a look, see if that one is making its way out on time. Still pinging up 5 to 7 this evening, so in the next 20 minutes or so it should hopefully be on its way. The Ryanair service to Berlin is starting up in the distance. It's definitely pinging away. Anyway, Echo India Golf Mike, the registration on the 737 MAX. Let's pan over then and catch that one as it starts to push back towards the rear of the apron. The Berlin service delayed ever so slightly this evening, estimated to depart at 6 p.m. and use estimated departure time just after 6:30. National Police Air Service Vulcan Air starting up and making its way towards us, hopefully. Or maybe not. So that one may have crept out and made its way back in again. Maybe a little blip on the radar. There it is, nevertheless. There it is. Golf Papa Oscar Lima Whiskey registration on the departing Vulcan Air. Should be a very short takeoff roll for the Vulcan Air this evening. Losing that one just behind the fence line there. Looks like that one's making a very quick entry onto the runway. Ryanair then off to Berlin at the rear of the apron. And the Chewy also starting up. That one just pushing off of its stand. There we go. Should be making its way out towards a taxiway anytime soon. The Vulcan Air lining up and making its way down towards us. There it goes, very rapid takeoff there. Very shallow climb out. straight off into the sun this evening. Let's see how long we can maintain visual with this one. Climbing out then just under 1,000 feet as it makes its way south of the airfield. And a bit of weather just in front of it there. Feet then as it continues to make its way south of the airfield this evening. See if we can catch up with this one a little later as it returns in. Making its way from East Midlands this evening then. So have a look over on the main apron. Oh, not that far down. Fire engines there. Having a little ride around this evening. Like the one unit just over in the distance. And the aircraft off to Heraklion, starting up now. Anti-collision light pinging away there. And the ride out to Berlin. Just before that, it's like the JCB joining us this evening. Safely touching down. .737 out to Berlin, continuing its taxi down to the start of runway 27. Stick with the JCB just for the time being. Watch this one exit onto the taxiway. Continue its taxi down towards its hangar for the evening. No movement on the Chewy to Heraklion just yet. Oops. We'll keep on the JCB there. And looks like the last bit of cargo making its way onto the 777. It shouldn't be too long before we see that one ready to push back and make its way down to the start of the runway. On service, finally on the move. So we'll leave the JCB and have a quick look at that one. The Ryanair entering runway 27 are lining up on the centre line. Should be a little bit better in terms of sunlight now. Bit of cloud in the distance, blocking it out for the time being. Hopefully get quite a nice shot of the Ryanair departing out. That one should be with us in just a few seconds. There it is. Climbing away then, passing through 1,300 feet. JCB just pulling in onto their apron now. Almost at the end of taxiway, ready to make its way onto runway 27. There he goes, passing it through 2,900 feet. The Ryanair off to Berlin this evening. Oh, it's definitely dropping a little colder now. The temperature has risen ever so slightly, just above 16 degrees now. Let's get set up then for the next departure. That aircraft making its way out to Heraklion. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Oscar, the registration on the 737 MAX. This one just over 18... no, longer than that, sorry. January 2020, 5 years of age. Coming up to 6 years of age very soon. That one making its way down towards us now. Oh, yeah, cold's taking a bit of an effect. And there it is, and just making its way from behind the tree line there. Wall of cloud in front of it there. Sun just peeking through as well as that aircraft starts to make its turn down towards the south. and making its way up through 2,300 feet. Continuing to climb away from East Midlands this evening, passing through 2,500 feet, heading off to London Control. A lot of people hopefully off to enjoy some warmer weather. So look over back on the main apron then. Fire engine still over there. Maybe it's a spill of some sort of environmental protection unit, something of that nature. The last time we saw the sweeper out was right in front. Spent quite some time cleaning that one up. (1,600 feet), 282 knots is its current speed. Flight time in from Leipzig this evening. And the next inbound 777. About 25 minutes out. So we'll keep a lookout for the inbound 777 making its way towards us from Leipzig. That one just northeast of Leicester now. And just a single 737 over on the apron. 777 inbound from Leipzig, 5,300 feet. Nothing in the distance for that one. Making its way down towards final approach then for runway 26. Tree going to get in our way, unfortunately, but we'll catch up with that one once it gets a little bit closer on the approach. Looks like they're almost complete. Yeah, and sorry about the connection issues this evening. Everything's uploading all right. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue on YouTube side, unfortunately. Try and turn off the overlay. See if that may be causing an issue for us. Nothing we can do, unfortunately. I think we're at the mercy of the mobile networks this evening. we might be in a bit of a patch for connectivity, so apologies for any connection issues, but something that's beyond our control. Maybe the weather hindering it ever so slightly. It's quite a lot on its way in the distance there. Yeah, it's been alright so far, I think, for the majority of this evening, but quite a lot of weather in the distance. We will try our best. Triple seven then making its way into us now. One of the downsides with mobile networks, unfortunately, are very much at the mercy of interference from the masts, or with the masts anyway. It may very well be down to the weather this evening. Oh well, we will persevere with it as best we can. At 777 over Kegworth now though, making its way down through 800 feet. Yeah, hopefully that sunset sticks around with us. Well, it definitely looks like quite a lot of rain in the distance over there, so hopefully it stays in that direction. We'll try and catch it now with the I'll try and catch the 747 out again as that backdrop in just a short while. About 8:10 that one is due out, so a little over an hour. We should be seeing the 747 in the distance there, the very left hand side of the screen. See that vertical stabiliser just sticking out. Aircraft off to Hong Kong. There it is, the 777 arriving in from Leipzig. Looking very shiny as it arrives in. Flight time 1 hour and 26 minutes. So I can only apologise for the connection issues this evening. Everything's been alright until everything seems alright for the time being in terms of upload anyway. There it goes, continuing its taxi towards its stand for the evening. And then next inbound 777 isn't too far away at all, about 10 minutes out now, passing down through 12,000 feet. Whoa, it's definitely dropping a little bit cold this evening. The 777 continuing to taxi. I think there may be a bit of a glitch on YouTube side this evening. Everything our side is looking okay. I see we've got the stream live as well in front of us. Everything seems fine on that side, so it's one of those things, unfortunately. Triple seven pulling in onto the apron now, and the AirLogic 777 all closed up and ready to start its pushback. Everything seems stable, so cross our fingers that it stays that way for the rest of this evening's stream. Cessna Citation arriving into East Midlands. This one operated by the very appropriately named Little Jet Company. Oops, I want it to a bit more focus, I think. There we go. Yeah, I think looking at the connection now, the bit rate dropped out quite considerably. It seems quite stable now, so hopefully not too much more drop out. Maybe just a fluctuation with the mobile network in the area between that and YouTube. But off it goes in towards the maintenance area then. So from a little Cessna over towards a very much larger 777s. AirLogic 777 pushing back now. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Foxtrot, the registration of the Aerologic 777 in front of us, making its way out to Leipzig this evening. That next inbound 777 should be with us in about 5 minutes' time. That one making its way down towards Nottingham now. 6,400 feet, the altitude on the inbound 777 from Cincinnati. Flight time by the time it touches down, just shy of 6.5 hours. And registration on the inbound 777 Golf Delta Hotel Lima X-ray. Yeah, and as Stuart said in the chat there, it's like he's had a bit of an issue himself with a stream receiver from where we are. Seems to be fixed by updating the YouTube app, so may well be a solution to it. Looks like they may not entirely to be blamed this evening, as are the pitfall was streaming out in the open. The RVL in from the Isle of Man then arriving in with us, that one making its way towards its stand for the evening. Catching the light there as the sun sets in the distance. Start to make its turn onto its stand then. There it is, arriving safely into East Midlands. The RVL in from the Isle of Man this evening. The Aerologic 777 in the distance. That one ready to start making its way down towards us. And the next 777 to arrive in with us. That one is just a couple of minutes out now, turning on to final approach. Managing to just catch the light then. As it taxis down towards us. And there it goes, continuing its taxi its way past us in just a couple of minutes. Next inbound, passing down through 2,500 feet now. So we should see 1777 in, and the next one out. Just a couple of minutes separating those this evening. Should get quite a nice view of those two 777s passing by the one Air 777 there. So she'll be airborne in the next few minutes then, and we'll try and keep track of this one as it makes its way down towards the south. Keep with it and have a look at the progress of the 747 in the distance. So probably not any movement at all. That one is expected to depart in the next hour. Disappears behind the fence line. That next 777 just passing the M1, so we'll stay in this direction for the time being. We'll have a look at the sunset in the distance as well. Quite a bit of weather out there. 777 landing in though from Cincinnati this evening. Golf Delta Hotel Lima X-ray, the registration. Flight time of 6.5 hours as it touches down. There it is. Speed brakes still deployed then, retracted just before it vacates runway 27. As you can see there, quite a nice scenic sunset just pan across to the end of runway 27. See the amount of weather making its way towards us. A very nice sunset though behind all of that. So service in from Cincinnati vacating runway 27. 777 making its way back out to Leipzig, lining up on the centre line of runway 27. See how early this one rotates. The 767 off to Leipzig a little earlier. That one climbed out at about 4,200 feet per minute. Let's see how quickly the 777 makes it out this evening. That one rolling towards us now. Like a little heavier than the 767. Goes climbing away, just passing through 1,800 feet. Very quickly turning away from the weather in front of it. Hopefully that's not going to bring rain our way. 777 doing its best to avoid it anyway. Climbing away then, 3,700 feet now, having left East Midlands airspace, continuing its journey towards Leipzig this evening. Wind making its way towards us. A lot of air moved around by the engines of the 777 there as it departed out. Continuing its turn, 5,400 feet as it passes south of the airfield. Goes then at 7,000 feet, just coasting over the cloud there in the distance. About an hour and 30 minutes ahead of it this evening until it reaches Leipzig. Safely departing away from East Midlands. The aerologic 777 there. So look at the inbound 777 from Leipzig. Cargo starting to make its way from that aircraft. Now the 777 from Cincinnati. In the distance there, ground crew just moving into place. So less than an hour then for the 747. That one estimated to depart at about 8:10 this evening. Looks like it's very light on traffic for the time being. Stick around and have a look at some of the activity over on the main cargo apron this evening. 767s then on stand together. Just about see through the forward door there into the flight deck. A bit busier over on the cargo apron and the passenger apron for the time being. Thank you very much for joining us this evening though. Weather dropping a little colder now, dropping back below 16 degrees. It's going to continue to drop as well for the rest of this evening, about 12 degrees. In the next couple of hours. Probably the coldest we've been streaming for quite a while. The Vulcan Air out on operation. That one is over Leicester at the minute. That one departed about 45 minutes ago. We'll see if we see that one back into East Midlands this evening at some point. Right, let's just check all the levels are alright. Now it's dropping a little colder. Yep, everything seems to be fine for the time being. Hopefully the connection issue stabilised as well now. Whatever issue YouTube had a little earlier seems to have resolved itself for the time being anyway. But thank you very much for sticking with us. Sun starts to set in the distance and the 777 catching some of that some of the sunlight there. Looking very nice and shiny indeed this evening. Even the cloud in the distance having a bit of a smile at it. No, it shouldn't be too long before we see that 747 departing from East Midlands this evening. Been a while since we've seen the 747 depart. Good couple of weeks at least. And with the weather as it is, should be quite a nice scenic departure as the sun just starts to set over the top of the aero park. Next 10 minutes or so it should be below the tree line, so let me look in the distance anyway without being blinded. The 777 there delivered last month. Only a few flights made of only a few flights that the airframe has made. Catching the last of the sunlight this evening from East Midlands Airport. Let's have a look then on the radar whilst the 777 just basks in the sunlight there. They're keeping a little warmer than I am at the minute. The EPS 767 in from Philadelphia. That one is making its way up from the south of Ireland. 37,000 feet is its current altitude. That one should be with us within the hour. And the 767 in from Reykjavik at 39,000 feet as well. That one is making its way down towards Scotland at the minute. Very similar arrival time to the UPS 767. Should be with us within the hour, so we should see both 767s and the 747 about 10 past 8. It's 20 past 8 this evening, depending on their routings in towards East Midlands. The EPS 767 delayed ever so slightly, a few more minutes than we previously thought earlier. That one should be arriving with us just after 25 past 8 this evening. And the 767 in from Reykjavik just a few minutes after. Right, well, let's have a quick close-up look of the 777 then, as it catches the last of that light. So very many years of service from the 777 there ahead of it. We'll see how long the 747s last or remain in the One Air fleet. Presume for some time yet, providing a valuable link between here and the Far East. As cargo operations continue to increase at East Midlands as well, it's only going to get busier and busier over the next few years. Seven 767s just catching that light as well. It's like maybe the flight deck may be occupied on the 767. It may just be a reflection off of the window there. Maybe a little bit of movement. Let's have a look to see if any of the 767s are departing this evening. At about 8:15. Just check the registration on this one. Is indeed 767 is off out to Brussels then, so it does look like that flight deck is occupied. The crew there are ready to start making preparations to depart this evening. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Mike, the registration on the 767 in front of us. This one 30 years of age. Heading out to Brussels. At 8:15, that one is expected to depart, so not very long to wait at all. Should be after the One Air 747. I'll stick around and catch those final arrivals this evening. The EPS 767 from Philadelphia and the 767 making its way in from Reykjavik. 757 is scheduled to make its way in from Aberdeen. That one arriving at about 8:30 as well. Nothing pinging up for that one just yet. It is about a 40-minute hop down from Aberdeen. That one usually serviced by the West Atlantic 737, but it's like a 757 in place of that aircraft this evening. It's definitely all turning very golden around the airfield. Well, not a lot happening for the time being. That should all change though. Not too distant future. Let's have a look at the very opposite end. That's 747. There it is, just catching the lights as well. We should see that one start to be pushed off stand soon as it's ready to depart out. Thank you to everybody who's joining us in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. Good to see you again. Thank you very much for being with us from East Midlands this evening, and to everybody watching as well. So just a shame about those delays this evening, but shouldn't be too long. About 45 minutes until the 767 there in front of us departs out. Let's have a look. 777s at the far end of the apron. Airframe there in from Leipzig, continuing to offload the cargo on board this evening. And the 777 from Cincinnati as well on the very end stand, a bit more cargo making its way off of that one. So the EPS 767 is over the coast of Ireland now. That one is about 50 minutes out. 37,000 feet is the current altitude that one is cruising at. 466 knots is its current speed. Falcon Air still on operation over Leicester. But otherwise a very quiet evening around the airfield. So look over on the main apron then. Just a single 737 left over there. Doesn't look like anything loaded for that one. Maybe just getting ready for its next flight. So nothing by that registration that I can see anyway. We're managing to catch the last of that light then as it sets overhead the airport this evening. Remember, the airport is open as well this weekend. It's Saturday and Sunday. The weather's not looking too bad at all. Better than it has been the past few days anyway. So if you're in and around the area, have a quick look at the link in the description below. I'll take you to the Aeroparks website, give you all the information how to find them, admission times and prices as well. Just a shame of no more activity for the time being. .757, it looks like it's starting up in Aberdeen. Registration of the inbound then this evening, Golf Bravo Mike Romeo Alpha. Aircraft 38 years of age. Looks like that one has just pushed from its stand in Aberdeen. Bit of weather up there this evening. Hopefully a little better as it makes its way down in towards us. Flight time from Aberdeen, usually about 40 minutes or so. So as long as it keeps on schedule, should be arriving at a very similar time as the 767 off to Brussels departs out this evening. So we'll catch the sun just as it sets behind the airport this evening then. Very orange sky. Top of the Nimrod there. And the Vulcan as well, just behind. Light just beaming off of the fuselage and wing of the Vulcan. A very fiery sky in front of us. Embraer Legacy starting up in Luton. That one is making its way towards us, making its way down to the start of runway 25 at Luton, it looks like. Delta Alpha Foxtrot Bravo Sierra, the registration, that one operated by VistaJet. Embraer Legacy 650. A quick view of the tower this evening. Back on the ride out for the time being. Hopefully the weather doesn't change too drastically. It's like a lot of weather accumulating to the north of us now. Little dense cloud out there. So look then at some of the cargo making its way from the 777s this evening. Service from Leipzig in front of us. There you go. So I've not seen anything too interesting making its way off the back of these aircraft for a couple of weeks. I think probably the most interesting. Definitely some of the most valuable we've seen anyway. The Rolls Royce being taken from the upper deck of the 777 as it made its way in from Dubai. The Embraer making its way up from Luton this evening, then just departing, making its way up through 1,700 feet now. And should hopefully be with us in the next 20 minutes or so, as long as it is tended to make its way into East Midlands. Looks like it's departing towards the south. Keep an eye on that one then. Maybe a false reading on the radar. the Maersk 767 starting up in Belfast. Golf Mike Alpha Charlie Yankee, the registration on that one. And the UPS in from Philadelphia, that one is about 40 minutes out now, over the south of Ireland at the minute, making its way up towards Dublin. The 767 in from Reykjavik, that one is about 50 minutes out, still at 39,000 feet. The 757 up in Aberdeen is taxiing to the start of runway 16. That one is just a couple of minutes from departing, and then we should get an accurate arrival time for that one. In the next 30 minutes we are hoping to see the departure of the One Air 747 from East Midlands as it makes its way off out to Hong Kong. Estimated departure time for the 747 was 8:10. That still stands with the information that we've got, and then shortly after the 767, a few stands down from where we're currently looking. There it is. That one estimated to depart out to Brussels at about 8:15 this evening. So not too long until we see those next departures. And of course those next arrivals into East Midlands. The Embraer turning towards the north now. We should see that one in about 20 minutes time. The Vulcan Air still over Leicester. Looks like that one is going to be on operation for a little while longer this evening. Just over an hour it's been out for now. Well, hopefully the 747 departs in time. It's been blowing freezing. Just above 15 degrees at the minute. So not that cold, but with a wind chill, it's taking the edge off a little bit. Still a very nice sunset over the airfield this evening. Sun just dropping behind the tree line now. Let's see if we can pick any of the weather up. There we go. So hopefully that sticks around for a little while longer and we get the 747 departing against that backdrop. Still some very dense cloud out there. Looks like maybe a little bit of rain as well in the distance. Fingers crossed that doesn't make it too far over. But in the next short while we should see those runway lights coming on as well, as it is dropping a little bit dark now. Thank you very much for sticking with us anyway this evening. It's good to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying the content so far this evening. There you go. Looks like it's going to be quite a cold night. Good view of the moon though. Good to see something pass by. Don't look like anything's in the vicinity though. Interior lights on on board the 737 there. About 15 minutes then until we see that next aircraft arrive in with us. Embraer Legacy making its way up from Luton this evening. That one currently holding at 10,000 feet, 325 knots is its current speed as it makes its way north of Milton Keynes up towards Northampton and then up towards Leicester before making its final approach down onto runway 27. About 35 minutes out then for the UPS 767 in from Philadelphia. And about 40 minutes for the 767 in from Reykjavik. The 757 making its way down from Aberdeen. About 45 minutes for that one as well. Currently making its way up through 5,300 feet. All three of those aircraft should arrive in at a very similar time. So a quick look then in the distance at the 747 to see if there are any lights on that aircraft at the minute. Like the runway lights are now on. It looks like there is some life on board the aircraft. Nav lights on the end of the wing there. So it should hopefully be making its way out on time this evening. My weather as it is, we should be able to track that one all the way down towards the south of the airfield. So there's nothing blocking the view for the time being. A very different evening to what it's been over the past few days. Oh, we're turning very cold though. Let's pan back across to those 777s and a bit more life now on the DHL apron. Oops. There we go, we'll leave the camera there. Must be very cold working outside on board of the aircraft though, in all different weathers. It's cold enough streaming out here sometimes. The Embraer then making its way up towards Lutterworth now. About 10 minutes out until we see that one land into East Midlands. There are not very many inbounds after the next three arriving aircraft. The Eastern 767 still with a couple of hours left to run. Not sure why that one is making its way into East Midlands this evening, but the registration on the inbound, November 700 Kilo Whiskey, 33 years of age, on the airframe 1992. That one entered into service. Just a shame that one will be delayed this evening. About 8:30 it was due to arrive with us. Just before 10 PM now is its expected arrival time. too sure we would get to see very much of the aircraft anyway, with it starting to turn dark now. A lot of cargo coming off of those aircraft this evening. The Embraer just south of Leicester. So about 30 minutes then until we see the start of those last arrivals into East Midlands, and about 20 minutes until the departure of the 747. That one just have a quick hop down to the start of runway 27. Hopefully take off into the sunset in front of us this evening. A bit of weather directly over the southwestern area of the airfield now, so we'll try and catch as much of that departure as we possibly can. 767 off to Brussels though should be making preparations to depart within the next 20 minutes as well. The ground crew are in front of that aircraft, ready to move the ground power unit out of the way. About 5 minutes then before the Embraer lands in with us. That one with just a short hop up from Luton. About a 20-minute or so flight for that one this evening. Mike, thank you very much for the information on that inbound 767. Did indeed start its life with British Airways in 1992. Delivered onto Qantas in 2000. and spent 14 years with it. Delivered into an airline named Dynamic Airways in 2014, and then into Eastern Airlines in 2018. Looks like it's had a couple of registrations, one with more likely a delivery registration in April 2018, November 254 Mike Yankee, and then finally ending up as November 700 Kilo Whiskey. That one named City of Dublin. So looks like they're making preparations to push back. I'm on the 767. Forward stair looks like it is just being moved out of the way. A quick look at where the Embraer is. Should be very close to us now. It is indeed on final approach, just a couple of minutes before that one lands in. Currently over East Leak, passing down through 2,000 feet. Movement on the 747 just yet. About 15 minutes or so before that one is due to depart. Still pinging up with an estimated departure time of 8:10. The 767 in front of us continuing its preparation to depart. Plug in place them. We're quickly dropping down towards 15 degrees now. Definitely feels a lot colder this evening. The wind still holding at about 8 to 10 knots. And the Embraer over Kegworth. That one passing down through 900 feet. Just check these levels just for one last time. Looks like we should be alright for the rest of this evening. - 757 in from Aberdeen with about 35 minutes left to run. That one arriving in with us just after 8:30. 767 arriving in from Reykjavik with about 30 minutes, as well as the Maersk in from Belfast and the 767 in from Philadelphia. All three of those aircraft expected to arrive with us in the next 30 minutes. 757 will likely be the last aircraft we see on this evening's stream. The Embraer though just touching down. Let's pan around, catch that one as it arrives into East Midlands. This one arriving in from Luton this evening, the One Air 747 in the distance there. quite some time since we've seen an Embraer into East Midlands. The last Embraer that I saw was with BMI. See where this one is off to this evening then. Right down towards the maintenance area. Looks like it's heading for the main apron. Hoping for a bit of movement on the 747 in the next few minutes. Nothing picking up on the radar just yet. Hopefully anytime soon. 767 in front of us as well should start making a move anytime soon. Keep an eye on the Embraer Legacy in front of us though, just for the time being. See the marshal in distance there, guiding that aircraft in. There you go, just a little further to go. We're coming to a stop. Those parking brakes applied. Those engines are starting to close down. So the 747 then. Hopefully the next aircraft to make its way from East Midlands this evening, making its way out to Hong Kong. And the DHL 767. Off to Brussels this evening. So those forward stairs have been moved out of the way now, ready for that aircraft to push back. Definitely starting to look a little bit different now. We get into the darker evenings. It definitely makes everything shine that little bit more. So that temperature very quickly starting to drop away, then getting out to 14 degrees now. A little bit cooler than we were just a couple of hours ago. EPS 767 in from Philadelphia is about 20 minutes away. Just north of Wrexham now, making its way down in towards East Midlands, passing down through 21,000 feet. 434 knots is the current speed on that aircraft. and registration this evening, a November 353 uniform Papa. Anti-collision lights pinging away then on the 767. The aircraft ready to push back. So I think we may well see this one depart out first. No movement on the 747. So we'll stick with the aircraft in front of us making its way out to Brussels this evening, those engines starting up. Just about see in the flight leg there. First officer just in view. Cold start for the engines then. Sub moving away, the aircraft should be ready to move under its own power. Just a couple of minutes once the dispatcher disconnects. And final check of those flight surfaces from the crew then before they move off. Entirely short on the 747 this evening, quickly approaching its estimated departure time, but nothing in the distance moving as of yet. Still showing as 10 past 8. That may more than likely change in the next few minutes. The 767 proceeding though from the apron onto the taxiway, making its way out to Brussels this evening. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Mike, the registration on the 767 in front of us. Do some view of the flight deck anyway. Looks like a few members of crew on board this evening. So we'll see how early this one rotates as well. See if there's anything in comparison to its counterpart that departed out to Leipzig a little earlier this evening. Away it goes, hopefully giving that 747 a nudge as it goes past. Still nothing pinging up for that one, unfortunately. Past it goes, the lights on the 747 are on, and doesn't look like any imminent movement down there. So the 767 and the next two depart, and the EPS 767 is just north of Derby now at 8,300 feet, closely followed by the 767 in from Reykjavik, that one passing down through 18,900 feet now, and the Maersk 767 in from Belfast. So 767 spell of arrivals then in the next 20 minutes or so. All three of those inbound aircraft scheduled to, or estimated to arrive with us, in the next 20 to 25 minutes. And the 757 in from Aberdeen, that one is making its way down through 27,000 feet now, 445 knots. Golf Bravo Mike Romeo Alpha, the registration on that 757. About 25 minutes out now. So nothing pinging for the 747 just yet. A few flashing orange lights down there. Fingers crossed that starts making a move any time soon. So it was 8:10, its estimated departure time. We shall stick in this direction though for the departure of the 767 off to Brussels. That one entering runway 27 now. Entering a little further up the runway, so may well be a very light service across to Brussels this evening, but making its way down towards us now. Goes then, climbing out very steeply there, 4,400 feet per minute it reached. Even higher climb rate than its counterpart a little earlier this evening. That next arriving aircraft, the UPS 767, is just south of Nottingham now. We'll stick with the 767 in front of us as that continues its climb from East Midlands. And we're passing through 5,500 feet. And there it goes, making its way through 6,500 feet. The UPS 767 on approach, the DHL 767 there, making its way from East Midlands this evening. The One Air 747 in the distance then. Still nothing pinging up for that one. Still maintaining that estimated departure time of 8:10. See where we are in the next 20 minutes then, once these last aircraft arrive in with us this evening. There will be a delay to the departure of that 747, but about 25 minutes until the 757 in from Aberdeen arrives with us. We'll try and make that the final aircraft on this evening's stream. Birds over there fell out. Quite a large flock of birds, in fact. So look in this and then some of those aircraft still being worked on this evening. Still very busy there over on the DHL apron. That's 767 from Philadelphia, just passing down through 1,800 feet. Flight time on the inbound 767 from Philadelphia, 6 hours and 11. Echo the registration on the inbound 767 from Reykjavik. So a quick look over in the distance at the Embraer. That one lit up by the lights over on the main apron this evening. Very dark in the distance indeed. And let's see if there's any movement at all on the 747. Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. Stay in this direction now, the UPS. There it is, finally arriving in with us. A little further this evening. Safely vacating runway 27. The next arrival then will meet. On that 747, so we may well not see that one depart this evening. Still picking up with an estimated departure. So look then at the next inbound as that 767 progresses down towards its stand for the evening, passing down through 1,000 in from Reykjavik, and closely following that one 767 in from Belfast, that one just south of Nottingham now, 3,800 feet. and the 757 is about 10 minutes out. That one passing down through 9,700. So a quick look over on the DHL ramp then. Low cargo door of the 767 opening up. There we go, as the ground crew continue to work on the aircraft this evening. Looks like the flight deck is occupied as well. And a quick clean on the outside as well. Something you see every day. The 767 arriving in with us then, just touching down. Noise from the brakes there as that 767 vacates from runway 27, making its way over to the main apron. Still nothing on the 747. The Maersk 767 on final approach. And the DHL 757 making its way down towards Nottingham now. Very purple colour in the distance. And the next arrival making its way down towards Kegworth now. 1,500 feet is its current altitude as it makes its way down towards us. 767 making its way onto its stand. the time being. There we go, just shutting down now. And the next heading over Kegworth. So I think the final aircraft will be the arriving 757, making its way in from Aberdeen. Fast. So this one is going to pass right by us as well. Now the 757 on final approach, that one making its way down through 2,700 feet. I think we'll call this one the last aircraft. Oh, unfortunately it doesn't look like much movement on the 747. The Maersk then making it down back towards the start of runway 27, where it'll find its stand for the evening. And the 757 on final approach then making its way over East Leak, passing down through 2,000. Time out of the operations over there on the DHL apron this evening. 777, the upper cargo deck open there. Seven 757 just about to make its way over Kegworth. If you have just a look in the distance, there you go, it's like a A320 making its way up towards Barcelona this evening. And then in the distance there, just flashing away, that's the Vulcan Air over Leicester. So quite a distance away from us this evening, but given the weather conditions, still very visible from where we are. 757 just about to touch down then, making its way over the M1 now. Maersk pulling alongside the 747 in the distance. That one still firmly on its stand, unfortunately. There we go then, the final aircraft of this evening's stream just touching down. Flight time from Aberdeen, 55 minutes. Very, very dark now indeed. Very limited light on the 757. There we go, quickly making its way past us. There it is, safely touching down into East Midlands, the DHL 757. Unfortunately, nothing for the 747 this evening. We'll try and catch it on another stream. Thank you very much indeed for being with us this evening. If you subscribed this evening, thank you very much for supporting the channel. And of course to everybody who's dropped us a like as well. Of course to all of our existing subscribers and members, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening again from East Midlands. We will schedule our next stream as soon as we can. And there will be a few changes to the streaming schedule with the weather over the next week or so. We'll try and be out as much as we possibly can. The 747 just catching the lights from the 757 there. Hopefully still a few more years of the 757s operating from East Midlands. But for the time being then, we will leave you with a view of the moon for a change. There we go. Not very often we've seen that over the past few months, streaming from East Midlands, but there you go. So thank you very much, and we'll see you on the next one. Have a great weekend.